Hello. All right. Today, I need to turn this light over. Hold on. Let's just do that. Okay, that'll look a lot more normal now. Today, we are going to be tearing apart one of these dots. And, yeah, office chair. Stupid office chair. There's just no good solution for this. The floor is crooked, so it will rotate into the shot.
Who says CHER 100 look normal? Here, I'm confused.
It's a loud deck talk diagonals. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, so we're gonna tear apart one of these and then look at every single capacitor in it. We'll try to figure out the belt situation as well. I think someone may have already found belts, so we might look at that, see if that looks like it lines up with what we have. And then later on, I can order the parts to hopefully get both of these fully going. So, now to be clear, both of these work. Last I saw. The printer connector question, yeah, that one's, we'll look at that. Maybe. That's more of a once we have belts kind of problem, because for right now it doesn't matter. We can't use the printers no matter what. Belts are bad. So, not wearing a belt because the trousers are too tight around the waist anyway. Gosh. Yeah. Anyway, let's clear off some space by, you know, putting back all of the stuff that we scanned. I guess I haven't scanned the box yet, but oh well. So yeah, did I leave the blank discs over there? I feel like I did. The ones that were like super ultra actually blank. Was not expecting that. That was kind of funny. There we go. Did you already count the teeth? I did not, but I've been holding off on doing that, hoping that the service manual just has information on what the belts actually are. So I may not have to, most likely. Alright, don't mind me, I'm just putting all my dot software back in here. Oh yeah, I forgot, we were supposed to scan these two things too. The 1206 manual and the Q3 printer manual. We will get to that at some point. I don't know about today. Maybe this will go super well today, haha, and then we'll have time tomorrow to do this. I don't know. I should get this back together. I don't know how easy this is going to be to reuse the original staple, though. This is the read-me first manual thing that it came with that has the errata information. Oh gosh, that's not going well. You know what? It's not that many sheets. I'm just going to put it at a time. Right there. Right there. Right there. I've had a lot of morning already, so I might go a little slow here to start, because I'm kind of trying to roll into this after too much activity. So, let's do that. Okay, see if I can just slide the other side in now. So this was a document we scanned. This is on archive.org. I don't think I got it finished to the point where it was up on archive.org in the stream where we scanned it, but it is now on there. So, there we go. Come on. Bend flat. Staple, you know you want to. Guess I can hold the other side up and... close. Alright, that'll do. Let's see. I'm going to tell Blame DCI redeems bigger coffee pot. It's not really that. It's more that I've done too much. I need a little bit of a rest, almost. I was playing a little bit of Switch 2 before the stream started. I hit the button late because I kind of got distracted, which was good. So, okay. Now, can I fit the software license sheet in here in such a way that it won't get, like, super creased? Let's find out. Because it's as wide as the box, but I think if I wrap it around one of the spines, it won't be that bad. The basic manual spine is very, very round, so I think that'll work without creasing it. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. Yeah, I got DK Bonanza in the Switch 2 right now. No, there won't be a map. It's sufficient. The in-game map. Good enough. It's getting good reviews. Yes, it's, I don't know, it hasn't really clicked with me yet. It's fine. It feels like it's too open-ended, though. Like, there's been so many things where I haven't even upgraded the sonar in the game yet, and I'll just walk around with him doing the clapping, and I'll see something through a wall, and I'll just, like, go through the wall to go get it, and then it turns out there was this whole thing you were supposed to do to get there, and it's like, well, I just deprived myself of all of that because I just went through the wall because it was really easy to find. And then there are some things where you can only find it by just going through a wall, so I don't know, it's kind of a mess. Gonna bag each manual. No, for something like this, I would just bag the whole box. But the larger ones later on, yes, I will. We're currently using them too much. I should, you know what, I'm gonna do this really quick. I'm gonna put the 3-ring binder back on the service manual. That way we can actually read that. It's unfortunate it's got the fold out schematics because that makes it impossible to sleeve each page. Because, you know, we definitely want to sit here for all 300 pages of this thing while I individually sleeve them. Kind of feels appropriate for Donkey Kong. I mean, yes, but why does it then have Breath of the Wild puzzle shrines? Like, it's trying to have its cake and eat it too. I don't know. Not saying it's bad, I'm just saying I'm mixed on it so far. Yeah, just clip through the wall, yeah. Donkey Kong doesn't need shield clips. He just uses punch. Ah! Okay. Come on. Work with me here. It's so close. Yes! One go. Aren't there like sticky things you can get to repair this kind of stuff? I think that exists. For right now, I'm gonna fold some packing tape over and just hole punch it. I've already scanned it, so I don't have to worry about that. So I'd rather make it usable and not tear. Missed a Donkey Kong part. Thought of IRL wall. Their stick wings reinforced. Yeah. Sell them at Staples. All right. Yeah, these are just completely torn through. So it wouldn't be reinforcement, it'd be replacement. But I'm going to use the packing. If I can find it. Oh, wait, I bet it's down here where all the tape stuff is. All right, did I not? I did not leave the edge exposed. I must have done whatever I last did with this on camera. Carter's house, Santa cake got opera singer stuck in my head. Thanks.
Chlorocoon says CHER 100T is what happens when you organize a drawer. You can't find the stuff because you look in the wrong place. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Mission accomplished, yeah. Pack of 1,000, yeah. I know. I'm just gonna do this. This will be fine. Is it ideal? No. Weirdly, though, I can tell you this is no longer the only known example of one of these. So it is not ultra super duper critical. Plus, again, we've already scanned it all, so it's totally fine. Okay. We use a white sticker. The packing tape I'm hoping is going to be stronger, especially because I'm doing it full length. I guess I could have used the arm cam here for this. Oh well. There we go. So now, there we go. All right. If the tape falls off, then the worst thing that happens is I go and I get the page repair things. I mean, I don't know. Putting tape back in the tape drawer wasn't animal. Yeah, let me do that right now, too, so I can about it later. Okay. That's in the way. Okay. Unless you want me to stop the stream and go to Staples right now, I gotta do with it what I can. I mean, I guess I could have just waited, but I wanted a solution now. All right. It's not like Gutenberg Bible. It's good enough. Yeah. I would say it's fine. Okay. So, Digital Ice Age, you haven't heard the news, so let me talk about this for a little moment here, because Dot video is slightly on hold for a follow-up. Not that it was going to happen very soon anyway, because, I mean, we haven't made a lot of progress yet. That is the wrong circle on the floppy sleeve, yeah. So, after the Dot video, I was contacted by someone who had another Dot, and they have, I'm not kidding, like 100 discs for it that appear to all be in progress development software and copies of the software. They're all like original Sony manual shutter discs with handwritten labels that are talking about the different versions of the software. It includes CPM. They have the Dot that has a Z80 in it. And they are working with me. They're going to try and archive all of the discs. So we're about to hit the mother load on DOS software. Or Dot software. Yeah. So I'm working with the person. I'm going to help them get through all of the discs and archive them. They have a couple of manuals. I don't know that they have any scanning capability for that, so I don't know if it'll actually happen. But it is looking like there is going to be a DOT software revolution. Now, the way the Z80 is installed, there's a spot on the motherboard where the Z80 goes. So the motherboard, not a card, and the motherboard requires heavy modification to get the Z80 working. They do have DOT Fortran. That was actually that's one of the ones they have the manual for, actually. They do have Volksrider. I did not see Multiplan, at least not a manual, but they did have Volksrider, maybe a manual for it. The thing about the CPM and Z80 is it's probably not replicable, because there are so many wires directly soldered to the Z80 alone, okay, which is hilarious because you put the Z80 in a socket. On the plus side, at least you'll be spared multiplan. I want all the software I can get for the DOT because of the wide aspect display. It's got to be hard coded for the DOT, but yeah. So, and they just had this. Wonder what holy grail sitting in someone's garage that thought no one else cared. Yeah, this is the other thing. You know how we looked inside and the DOT is like a garbage fest of like hand soldered stuff. So they thought theirs probably didn't work because it had been heavily modified. The answer is yes, it has been heavily modified, but it probably did work because it's how they left the factory. They didn't realize that until they watched my video about it. So they haven't turned it on yet because of that. So they never, it just went into those, yeah, I got this, not thinking about it, too much things.
100 DOT period SOFTWARE period NET. End of line.
Neo Dragon, thank you for the 100 bits. So yeah, I'm going to be working with them, try and get all that archived. It's going to be a lot. So I'm really, really looking forward to that. I did offer to archive it all for them, but they have other vintage computers and they wanted to learn the process, which makes total sense. So I'm going to guide them through that. So yeah, for now, I would like to wait on any big DOT videos until whatever happens with that. Yeah, they just bought a grease weasel. They don't have it yet. So I was like, use this to image it, and they're like, okay. I went and I bought one off eBay. So yeah, but yeah. DOT video isn't going to happen until whatever comes out of that does. So, all right. I'm going to move the orange one out of the way. We're going to tear apart that one. That way we can look at it because the orange one, I mean, I guess there's no reason either way.
You're enabling an addiction. I yeah. Semicolon. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, so let me get this one moved. Make sure I have a clear shot to an empty desk over here. Nope, someone's put a bunch of stuff on there. It's good enough, though. All right. Have you gotten any closer to contact with the developer? I have not tried at all. I am sorry right now. You have no idea. So I have not been able to do that. Why don't we work on the one that's flaky? Here's the thing, they both are. And they both probably have the exact same problem. They need the power supply recapped and they need the analog board for the CRT recapped. So in the video, this is the one that the power supply kind of on, and it wouldn't turn on, gave a RAM error. This one, I didn't really cover it in the video. I think it might have been in there, but you could see some horizontal wobble, some stability issues. So it wasn't... It's not perfect either, so that's the CRT board side that needs to be fixed. I suspect if I just kept this one going, we would have a similar experience to the Dasher, where it would work for a while and then it would start to spontaneously do strange things. So that's kind of what we're experiencing with this one. So I'm thinking both need to be recapped. Now, to be clear, this is not a symptom from not having reformed any capacitors in the power supply. If you don't reform a capacitor, it's going to fail instantly. It's not going to fail gradually. It's because it is the whole point of the reforming is to rebuild the dielectric so that's strong enough to hold the voltage. If it holds the voltage at all, then it's formed. That's the only thing you can do. So the fact that it didn't just pop anything means that reforming wouldn't have solved this. So, weirdly spontaneously doing strings is both hardware streamer right here. Yeah. All right, let me move this one. So the capacitors and stuff between these two is probably the same. I know they're different motherboard revisions, you know, well, you'll see this more. I didn't actually show it in the video. The revision is literally etched with like a knife or something into the solder mask. So, is it a bad thing? Is it bad to store the disks in the drive? So I've been storing this disk in this drive like that because the shutter is taped open, and it's just a good reminder that it has to be. I could go get a plastic sleeve and store it with that. I wouldn't call it a bad thing to store the disks in the drive, depending on whether you care more about the disk or the drive. But let me say this. I suspect this disk has been in that drive for probably 99.9999% of the time since that computer was last used in the 80s. I bet I was the first person to remove that disk since the computer was used as a new computer. Okay. We will need to make a Caps Wiki page for this, so that'll be happening today. Fortunately, I don't have my DSLR here, so we're going to be using my phone for camera stuff. We want to get tricky with that, too. Does the head bounce when it's not reading? Would anything touch it? No. Disk has been imaged. You can use later 3.5-inch disk in that drive. Yes. So that one that I just took out, that's not an original Sony disk, and it's working fine. If you use an HD disk, maybe you'll run into issues. I had more issues with the Jonos than I did with this, although I haven't been able to make disks with this. The Jonos, kind of a pain in the butt to get working. So maybe once we start making disks, this will start to show some cracks. But for now, it doesn't seem that bad. You know, would have thought the heads may stick to the... I don't know. Is there a dent in the Mylar where the head made contact? I mean, you guys keep wanting to ask questions about this, and I just want to, like, open it. So it's single-sided. It would be on the bottom. I see no issues. That was a full rotation. Any idea what the use cases were? Bankrupting a company. Like, that's the thing. That no one bought them. So they didn't get used. So pulling this paper out kind of sucks. I don't want to tear it because looks really cool. It's a good use case. It has a printer. You should go watch my video. Because like I have a whole video about the computer already. Let me grab this. I'm going to pull the case off. The case isn't really a huge influence on this, but it does have a little window on it that can be kind of a problem. You saw it? Things are at... Oh, okay. You did see it? All right. You're just excited about the printer, not realizing it for the first time. Okay. It is cool that it has a printer. I can't wait to see the printer work. The printer is really a core... competency of computer devices. So it's a very big part of this machine historically. Recall something showing up about widescreen portable. That would have been my video, yeah. Okay, where did the screwdriver go? I last used it over here, I bet. Yep, right there. Go ahead and grab this one too. All right, let me get you a closer up view. Like shoehorn printers into the portable. Well, yeah. Especially word processors. This one's just unique because they actually made the printer. A lot of them just like used OEMs. So. All right. So this piece of clear plastic here is what I would like to go away because it's making it more difficult to backfeed the paper. So to open the dot, we have 4 screws on the back that we take out, and then you just pop this back and it lifts right off. Surprisingly easy. Actually, I kind of commented on this in the video, but I didn't dwell on it too much. I think this thing, aside from the bodges on the motherboard, is insanely well made. And one other issue that we may have to do today, they didn't get the standoffs for the printer to be the right size. And there are aluminum spacers on it, and they are a nightmare when you're trying to reassemble this thing. So that's fine. They bolted a PC to their printer. I don't think it's quite like that. It's more that they just were printer people. And that if they were making a computer, it was going to have a printer. So this one has continued to be a pain in the butt to get out, so I need to back it out just enough to do this. There we go. Does it run Doom? No, it has an 8088 in it. Oh, that's cool, Digital Ice Age. All right, there's that clear piece coming out. I don't know why it's a refractive lens. Maybe that wasn't intentional, or maybe it'll do something crazy where it makes it easier to see the printout at an angle. If it does that, if it makes it easier to see the printout once we start printing, become my favorite company of all time, because that would be such a nice touch. I never noticed that until right now. Okay. Now, I'm going to try and pull this back through. It's originally going to be Z80, and they added the 88 daughter board relatively late. Didn't want to redesign the board. Yeah, again, I think if they had made this a CPM computer first and then a DOS machine, it would have done super well. Okay, now how do I get this out? I mean, I guess I don't have to. Hold on, I'm just gonna... I'm gonna put it here. There we go. That'll work. You know what? That was dumb. I thought that would retain the paper. I was wrong. Just whatever. You know what? Small piece of blue painter's tape. Which is not at arm's length. There. Okay. Yes, it's thermal paper. Because the idea was that it doesn't print like permanent documents, they're ephemeral documents. So, okay. Into the dot. I'm going to put this on the Lazy Susan because I don't want to totally destroy the rubber feet on the bottom. All right. No, it doesn't print in lemon juice, Majenko. Exactly. The permanent enough. Okay. So over here, we have the BIOS ROMs for that awesome boot menu. So that is super cool. Something that I did not mention in the video. Let me grab this, actually.
Document says all documents are ephemeral if your filing system is chaotic enough. Ask me how I know CHGER 100. End of line.
Man, thank you for the 100 bits. This is the CRT controller, by the way. This is something I forgot to mention in the video, but I know exactly what cards were installed in here in the long term because this has a piece of foam in here that retains the cards, and there are only 2 slots that were ever in there for a long time. Now, I point this out because, again, something I did not mention in the video, because the video was going to be super long, because it turns out working on 2 computers at once was a bad idea. You'll notice there's a bracket here. It's brown, matching the dot stuff. It even, like, it's a little extra wide here. There was something with an external connector here. I don't know what it was. It's possible this was a serial card or a modem or something. I don't know. But yeah, there is an unusual bracket right there. Now, something else I will call out here. This socket right there, or that footprint, that's where the Z80 goes. So mine is like super not meant to have a Z80. That's like a epoxy UV curing glue thing that would have to be removed. And then you can see the bodge wires just on there. This thing's ridiculous. So stay hydrated. I don't know. Looking through people's files isn't like my favorite thing to do. There's some assembly code on there. That's what I can tell you. But I have not like looked through it too much. All right. These are ISA slots, by the way. I have not attempted to put a card in there because it's not like I have software that could use any cards. But in theory, they should be normal ISA slots. HPIB option board. I don't think so. RefDes Z28. Yeah, they're all like that, though. They're all Z for the ICs. So they emulated the Z to 3. Yeah. Help contextualize use case. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, it's a computer. It runs DOS. You can do whatever you want with it. You could have used it as a word processor. You could have used it as just like a note-taking device. You could have put Excel on it and used it for calculating, you know, inventory value. Like, it's a computer. It's not meant for one thing. It could do anything. No, Sanity, I have zero clue. Some of the files on the work disk were all source code assemblies, syscom, debug.com, the early boot phase of the firmware. Hold on, Ben. You're saying the unofficial disk. I didn't catch this before, I guess. The unofficial disk had dot source code on it, you're saying. Maybe I did know this at one point and I forgot because it's been too much. I'm hearing something weird. Oh, I bet I'm hearing construction sounds. Yes, that disk had source code, CDI, some CDI. Okay. Huh. All right, so this was most likely a CDI employee owned machine then. Okay. So that's at least 2 dots that were not actually out into the hands of regular users. Construction time again. Yeah, I'm guessing it's aerosol paint. I don't know, because it sounds kind of weird sound. Awesome. Well, so I'm trying to contextualize how many of these were actually sold. So in the thumbnail, I say 500 made. That's probably not correct. In the video, I say the 500 total, I think I say sold, sounds devastatingly plausible. Okay, I'm a little more vague about that. But I do know there is a serial number 880 now. So there were probably 1,000-ish made. But I don't know how many were sold. And I don't know, it gets weird. It's super weird. Don't get an overloaded box. Yeah. This is like CDI field servicing or something. Yeah, especially with the tag on the back then. Yeah, anyway, these are the aluminum spacers, by the way. So these things are just sitting on top of these plastic posts to raise up the printer more. It's super annoying. Speaking of the printer, we're probably going to have to remove this so we can see all the caps, especially on the analog board, because I think we're going to have to take the face off, pop it down so that we can cap map the analog board. It sucks to remove the face. Oh, it's so bad. They did not think about how to design this thing at all. Let me see, does this have, yeah, this has the undocumented screw. Not sure, but it might be loose. Question is how many they made a month before they realized it was killing the system. It was killing him. I don't know. Sold versus sent to distributors on credit. Yeah, see, there's too many things to try and keep track of. So, all right, we're gonna have to remove the printer. There's no way around it. So this is the one. The connector is installed backwards. So that's cool. The cable memory will probably retain that. Killing company. Yeah, well, again, this book says it was $50 a month. Well, that'll never happen, Sparrow, at least not from me. Okay. I don't think I've removed the printer on this one. Yeah, I haven't. Okay. So there's a connector here, and then there's another one underneath that connects to the side of this board, under about right there. We have to remove 4 bolts. We do have to remove the paper, now that I think about it, because one of them, there's a tab for it right here, but then they realized they couldn't use that, so instead they drilled a hole through the structure there, and there's a post right there. So I do need to remove this, which I think I can do. Ah! I don't want to scratch the snot out of it, though. Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, that's how you do it. Okay. The video in the dot is text only. No. It can do graphics, as far as I'm aware. They have photos. I don't remember if it's advertisements, but there are photos of it showing graphs. Yeah, I think there are bar charts. Oh, that's what you're asking, Sandy. I have no clue. There's a very good chance by the time they were selling that many, they had completely stopped production. Something not said in the video is that one of the outside... No, it's actually that book. That book claims that they set up enough manufacturability to make thousands of them a month, which is insane. There's no way. It's really difficult to try and determine what information is accurate or useful or not when we're 40 years out. Ah. There's a stupid, weird washer in there, and it just fell onto the motherboard. All right. Yeah, I'm not doing anything like that anyway, Putin. I don't need to. I'm not doing things I don't have to. Okay. Now, as I lift this out, like I said, I have to unplug that cable. You have to slide it over to get that tab out. All of the spacers fall off, and then you unplug the cable. There we go. Ow, get cut by the metal thing. That is a Computer Devices Q150 printer mod. Is that Q160? Oh, Q160 printer module. Ah. Okay, showing LA Times 83 saying CDI signed a pact with Sony worth, oh my gosh, that's awesome. Any company, also $25 million? 25 times as many as Jonos? That's insane. May 83, so 1 month after it was available. Purchase agreement been reached by Computer Device Inc., Sony Corp of America. Multi-year contract. Okay. Huh. That is highly interesting. Great job on that. Now, it's not saying they thought it was going to be the next big thing. It's just cost of doing business. I mean, it's possible that they had an agreement where it was like maybe they ship them, 100,000 the first year and the next year 200,000, that kind of thing. So. All right. Printers out. I have not been this far in this unit, so this is new-ish to me. So we got 8321 on that. That is last week of May. So there's a chip here that has been the latest dated one that I've seen so far. Let's see, the floppy controller does not have an easily discernible date code. Most of the parts don't really. All right. Again, they were killed from being too early. That's what it really was. The 3.5-inch drive is what destroyed the Dot single-handedly. If it had been IBM compatible, it would have been fine. There is not a squirrel cage fan. All right, that's all 4 spacers. I did not get that stupid washer. There it is. I'm changing my mind on what the audio or what the paint sound is. I think I have an analog audio leak somewhere in my whatever nonsense, and my Bluetooth. Do you guys hear a hiss all the time? Like, is there a constant hiss in the audio? Let me ask you that way, because my Bluetooth transmitter will not transmit unless the audio level is up above a certain noise floor, which is super annoying. I hate it because it means you can't listen to like quiet audio. And I'm thinking the hiss is getting up above that noise floor. I think it's like right on the edge. Okay. You hear a hiss. There is a hiss. Interesting. Okay, let me try something. Okay, that didn't fix it, it sounds like. You still hear it, I assume. Gonna re-enable Deck Talk. Not annoyingly loud to distract. Hey, about the stream, but it is audible. Okay, yes, there's audible. There's also FM radio here. Not too very well. Okay. Okay. All right. The next thing we have to do is remove the power supply if we want to remove the front so that we can pull out that board. We're not easily going to be able to pull out the CRT board because the flyback cable is ridiculously short going to the anode. I could try and remove it from the CRT, but the way it all comes out, it's not necessary. We'll just unplug it and work with it loose. One thing I haven't done that I think we will do, once we get the face off, we will actually remove the drives because I have not confirmed visually that these are OAD30Vs. I am very, very confident that they are, but I have not been able to see that on them because they're fully enclosed here. So we'll try that today as well. All right. I don't think there's anything else to call out at this point. CRT is a separate unit. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that, but the CRT is a discrete module. The CRT and the analog board were sold as a kit by Sanyo. The CRT is made by Toshiba. This is made by Sanyo, the analog board. Noise reduction will kill it. I guarantee that. I was trying to figure out where in the hardware chain it is. It sounds like it's probably my mic. So if I just mute my mic, does it go away? I'm guessing when you mute, there's no sound. Okay, so there's not a lot I can do about that then. That's just my mic. So I could go into the ATEM software and try and add a gate or something. Outside of that, no. Unless you just want noise filter on all the time in OBS. All right, let's remove the power supply. Kind of like the hiss. There is something to not having the audio go totally dead silent that I get. So I'm not always a fan of like perfect audio quality. After muting, the hiss is much lesser. Yeah. It's like listening to AM radio talk show. Yeah, gosh. That's not the kind of quality I want to be compared to, but okay. Completely crisp audio can be unnerving. Kind of. I'm not a fan of the full-on podcast style audio. I don't remember the other Dot having this, because I don't think I had to pull this back to do that. The screws in this are all so loose. I cut apart... oh, there's a bolt on the back of this, by the way. I already knew that. I cut apart where I said, I think this unit has been opened and monkeyed with a lot from the video. I am very confident about that. I'm putting this back when I get this out. Is there one more at the bottom? No, or is it just a pain in the butt to remove? A slight warp core hum in the background, yeah. Okay. All right. This does not go into like a card edge connector or something in the back, but it does slot into some spots. But as I remove this, there is a connector down in here that must be disconnected. So I'm going to have that angled for you to see that. This. Well, C is a real strong word when there's no space to even get my hand in there, so I'm just gonna... There we go. That. Dot was also, or CDI was kind enough to use all black wires on there, thanks. Ooh. Rub that up against the deflection coil a little more than I would have liked. Looks like everything's fine, though. Okay. Then we have this that goes to the mains, and that is the power supply fully loose. Okay. Now I'm putting the one nut and bolt back in there. Goes right here. That way I don't have to keep track of where that goes. Any screws you can put back are Fine. Awkward thing, you feel sorry for the production line workers having to churn these things out. Don't worry, they didn't have to make too many. That's not even the worst part. Here's the worst part. How do you get that screw out? That one right there. How does that one come out? Considering it is under the CRT. The bendy screwdriver. The bendy one doesn't get enough grip on it. Well, maybe on this one, because those might be loose, since all of these have been kind of loose. Is there conductive glue on the yoke? I'm not sure what you mean. You mean this? The stuff that turns crows? I don't know. Yeah, right-angled screwdriver is the correct answer. I have one around here that I used to get this out when I dropped the part in there. Now I just have to find it again, wherever it went. Maybe I'll put it back in the drawer, because I always think it's in the drawer, so if I was smart, I put it back where I think it is. Oh, this is going to suck if I can't find it. Well, I don't think we're quite there yet, so maybe I can put this off for a moment, and then I'll probably just clean off the workbench, because I bet it's up there. Okay. Yeah, H. Fontrez, that's what I'm thinking. Yes, there are flex adapters for cables and drills and stuff. They are not very good. They tend to bind up. And then the other problem is that the way they work, there is a cable that gets twisted inside. And when you twist something like that, you condense the material and it'll actually shrink in slightly. So what can happen is you can be putting force on it and you'll torque it and it will jump up. So it'll pull the head out. So it's really easy to mess it up and then have it pop out and strip. Take the CRT off the metal bracket. That would require getting to these screws way down in there. And that would not be possible with this one because the fan is mounted to it, which is mounted to the whole thing. You can't remove the fan without removing the CRT. The screw on the inside pointed towards the floppy drive. I'm pretty sure the answer, I mean, we have the service manual. We can just look. We consider the merits of blowtorch and or Dremel. Yeah. Smash CRT with a hammer, cut out the bracket with a Dremel, problem solved. Yeah. It's the most dumb design ever. This is the worst part, I think. This is the worst part of the Dot. Let's look at what the manual says. Don't mind me just reading my original official service manual. I would like to bend this up. I think that one needs to go up, not the other ones need to go down. Let me try this really quick. It's better. Oh no. I think my pliers are starting to get old. I swear, yes, this is becoming sticky. I'll have to buy new ones. Closer. Okay, I think that'll work. That one's smoother than these are now, so. That was too much. All right, that's probably perfect. New binder time? I mean, this one's a pretty cool Honeywell binder, though. Okay. Technical service manual for Dot personal computer.
100 donation to the Shelby Plier Fund. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Alrighty. So, that is something on parts. This is also, oh, this is the top case. Okay, so that's not what we need. Okay. There is one gorgeous Dot computer. I absolutely love this image. It's so good, but that's not what we need. We need to start here. Okay. So, to begin the teardown, 4 screws, pop the thing back, and continue. Next up, there is the inside of the Dot. Yep, very Dot-like. Okay, not a whole lot there. Probably says some words. Then we get to this part. Okay. So, notes. Oh gosh, it's handwritten.
100. Are we really funding Shelby's pliers? Happen now. End of line.
Jaco, thank you for the 100 bits. Beautiful diagrams, they really are. Fixed years ago, they're not allowed to use nasty chemicals to prevent it anymore. Ban soft touch material. I mean, I don't really mind it on something like this. It's not soft touch, it's just rubber grip. Okay. Assemble as follows. Okay, I'm gonna read this. Okay. Remove 2 rubber feet. What? Remove rubber feet? They don't even go into anything. You don't have to remove those. I don't even see that. Maybe I don't know. Okay. Applicable item 1 or 2. Place hard flat surface secure brackets. Okay, item 4 applicable to 1 or 2 using item torque 8 something or another. Cables shown. A sheet, board and fan bracket for dash. I am only partially making this sound like broken English. This is not very well written. Okay, 4-3, 5, 8, and 15 only attach cables as shown on sheet 5. Printer board to power supply and printer to motherboard. Attach parts of item 5 as follows. Shock mount, torque 10, 13 inch-pounds. Dude, torque specs? Come on, CDI, you're too good. I gotta go home and grab my torque wrench now. Printer washer, grand strap to nearest printer boss, and nut, torque 10 to 13 inch-pounds. What? Given this came out of Boston, surprised there's not giant coffee stain baked into the mimeograph. Written by an engineer, basically a caveman, yeah. Spin it on the table more easily, maybe. Yeah, I'm not seeing great there. For all dash numbers, attach closest ground leads to left and right support panels, and then torque 6 to 8 inch-pounds as shown on sheet 2. That's ridiculous. Okay. Let's see if this makes any sense as far as like a number order. So I see 4, 4, 6, 3, 1, 2. Okay, so these relate to this, I think. Having done manual letterings or drawings, having this much text on the assembly drawing is a luxury. Oh, yes, yeah. These are ridiculously good, though. Like, consider this fact, okay? They did not CAD this. There was nothing for them to CAD this with. They drew this. Insane. It's so good. Like, no wonder the Dot was so financially crippling for them. Okay. So 21. They don't have the evil screw, by the way. That's not actually marked. Probably have the only service manual which belonged to the office. So there's another one of these in existence. I've seen a photo of it. The person who has the other software has another one of these. Numbers refer to the parts list may not be in sequence. Yeah, that makes more sense. They've designed it on the Palo Alto. I don't know what you're talking about. Assembly line setup and Sony deal. The Sony deal probably, I don't think you should read as much into the Sony deal as you might be. I don't think that will be as big as you are thinking. Way more than the Jonos, but it's over multiple years, so that information is not as complete. So the service manual was defo probably. Well, Digital Ice Age. Again, the other person has internal DOT software that definitely would not have been sent to dealers. So they look like you, but with conspicuous absence of beard. No, just a mustache. No. No, I wish that I had the software because we would just be imaging it right now. No, I don't know. Theirs definitely seems more like this one though, with the internal history. I'm really not getting the vibes of how to actually dismantle this. And again, yeah, they don't have that screw. Okay, I think we just kind of wing it. That's how we get it out. I don't think there is strong indication one way or another of the next step for us. So screwdriver twist pickup pieces, yeah. In fact, they made multiple runs, make me think it was purely internal. Doubt they would print more than one of this. So I would not be surprised, because of the hand-assembled nature of the computer, if everyone who's building one of these had one of these sitting at their bench. Alto, okay. I have a feeling that they were not using an Alto. But there's no way for me to know. Just given their history, I don't think so, since half the people there came from DEC. All right, I need to find the right angle screwdriver, so give me a moment. I'm going to clean off this bench over here to the side, because it's probably where it is. We didn't end up needing the Caesar for the scanning. I had got the Caesar out and ready, and we just didn't use it. Not for sure something in all of that was going to be more optimally done and acceptable to do on the Caesar, but no. Sorry, Caesar, that's why I don't want to take another sponsorship. Like, it's fine, but it's not optimal. That looks so cool. Angle with the printer lid removed. It's a super cool machine. It just is. Got fancy color spot and everything, so just mass distribution was the intent. Manual technical drawing was very common. Oh, yeah, it was common, but it's still not trivial. Ah, found it. Didn't even have to actually clean. I got lucky. Oh, yeah, that's right. I am going to need this. I forgot about this. That's right. We need this ESD screwdriver, but we don't need the driver handle. And then I need, it's over here. I need this wrench. And I need this socket. Manual might have been faster, yeah. See, the drawer is left in deactivate mode again. I just opened that today. Literally, while I was trying to find this. All right. Let's attempt to remove the front. This is not easy. There's a bunch of cables that we're not even really going to be able to see until we like get this thing halfway disassembled. One thing I can do, I can unplug Floppy power right now. You know what I could do also? I didn't take great pictures of this when I did my first disassembly. I'm going to do that this time. Weird emails. Okay, then this. All right, I think that's it. Air wretched noises, yeah. Okay. All right. Tight, loose would be this direction. This is where this becomes annoying. Trying to, dude, phone. There. Okay. I think now I can try and get in there with, oh, I don't have that. Okay, so I slightly lied when I said before flex driver extensions were dumb. I did use that one to get that out last time. Uh-oh. I don't have it here today. Let's try. Oh, this is bad. Ugh. It's at that point now where it's stuck in a position that I can't rotate it. So it's 45 degrees. I can't go over far enough because the CRT is getting that. That's not working. Angle grinder. Oh my gosh, this is actually working. Sweet. Score one for ancient old. Ow! Don't punch the magnets on the CRT. By the way, I was talking about this the other day. Put that there. This floats. Like I mentioned, it's loose. Super weird. Stubby isn't going to work. Okay, now being on the Lazy Susan is becoming a hindrance. All right, now there's two more. Oh, we do have to undo this. I have to slide that out. Then I can put it back. Then this one. I didn't bring my torque wrench. I'm sorry, computer devices. Improve the design by not putting the evil screw back on. You know, maybe. Because in addition to the other screw, there's actually a plastic stub post that pokes up behind the evil screw that makes it not even really all that necessary. Philip, we don't have enough information to be able to determine that, unfortunately. It's not in the service manual, that's all I can tell you. With certainty. Weird ground... Oh, don't put that back. Weird ground cables running all over. Alright. Still can't remember the 99% compatible, deliberately incompatible. I don't know what you're talking about. That's how we discovered the screw is the only thing holding the entire thing together when being picked up for lugging around. Yeah. Well, good news. I haven't carried them by a handle once. All right. And that is not everything we need to remove. Let me just tuck this cable over here. So, power cable, yes. Floppy cable can't actually be removed, and oh no, this one can be. Oh, the OAD 30s must be shorter than the 31s, because the 31s were hitting the connector. You couldn't undo the clamps that hold this on. Okay. We have this, which goes to something I don't remember. I think I may have just broken the glue holding that on. That's cool. At least it doesn't really matter. Come on, let go. Okay, if you're not going to play nice, I'm going to play like this. There. Ah, that's totally the glue letting go. Stop it! There. Jeez. Okay. And then there's one more way back in there for the fan, or no, the speaker that I can't get to until we start to remove it. So we'll wait on that. There's one here for the CRT board. You can pop that now. Everything else, I believe, is clear to stay. But we're not done, because we actually can't remove it yet. Because there are screws down in there. They are... Again, this is the worst part of this whole thing, is the design of how this bracket goes on here. Those are the most evil screws. We will be returning these ones, though. But those have to come out. They're black. They are nitrite covered
squeaky chicken noises for Vanter's CHER 100. End of line.
Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm not exactly sure what this is for. It might be channeling air through the floppy drives, though. Because I think you can see this channel. This is like a duct right here. This is open behind these. So they might be pulling air through these.
End of line.
Jaco, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. Now we get to the part where we need this. Are you ready? Are you ready to see my brilliance? Aw, yeah, look at it. It's fantastic. That's how we remove these screws. So we get that locked on, and then boom.
Sleepy developer says CHER 100 SMRT smart. End of line.
Sleepy developer, thank you for the 100 bits. Did you get a proper extender? Why? I have a perfectly good solution. Name one flaw in this plan.
CDI 110 out of 10. Workaround. End of line.
Dr. Sovel, thank you for the 100 bits. The plastic will break if you twist too hard. Yeah. Alright, was that not enough? Quick question, okay? So this is meant to be...
Maybe the plier fun needs to be a long screwdriver fun CHER 100. End of line.
Fontress, thank you for the 100 bits. Quick question. So this is meant to be like a ESD safe, you know, ooh, I'm protecting myself, fancy pants screwdriver thing, okay? Is it supposed to be magnetic? Because I feel like you don't want that in this kind of situation. All right, let me grab a soft surface, put the front down, on. Not ESD safe, just, okay, yeah, high voltage, yeah, protection, that's what I meant. I knew not ESD safe, high voltage. Speaking of not ESD safe, here is one blanket. Oh, that's right. The flyback. Getting that board free is also a pain in the butt. I'm not saying I'm concerned about this being magnetized. I'm just saying having a high voltage, a fancy safe electronic screwdriver, it seems weird to have it be magnetized. That's all. Flawless segue. You know what culminated? You say that, but do you think there's anyone else on the planet right now more qualified to work on a dot? Excuse me while I drop the screwdriver into it.
CHER 100. If taking a board out is a pain in the butt, I don't want to know what you are holding the screwdriver with. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Defeating the insulation? I suppose I would just want the little clip thing on there. I don't know. It just seems weird. Like, I wouldn't want it to be pulled towards something that is high voltage. That's my main point. Or to have the screw be pulled towards something like that. Okay, now there's one more here that I have to remove. That is only really accessible when you slide this stupid thing forward. Even then, barely. It's the best way. Oh my gosh, there's no good way. Wait, old screwdriver! This thing was designed by lunatics. They probably expect you to just disconnect the anode cap. I really don't want to. So that's partially on me here. I might not put this screw back in, I don't know. Especially since we're going to recap it, so I'm gonna have to do this all again later. Oh my gosh, that one is a pain in the butt. Yeah, Floof, that's my thought. Exactly. This is too big. It won't set in that. Super screwdriver away! Okay, this is not seating. Do I have a smaller tip? No, this is the smallest. Ugh. All right, let's change tactics. There we go. That got me the slack I needed. You're coming with me, screw. Now everything, I believe, will come loose. The last thing that has to go is this connector for the speaker. There. Boom. The front is free. We will look at that, but I don't think there's a single electrolytic on that whole board. Okay. All right, only thing connected now is the flyback, which I, again, don't really want to disconnect. Perfect. Boom. Okay. So, power supply and analog board, those are the two main things that we need to take a look at today. But while we're here, let's pull out a floppy drive, because I want to know. How does that thing come off? Maybe it just slides off with the drives. Maybe the drives slide out the front. That's probably how it actually works. Okay. Yep. Oh, they are really eager to come out. Here we go. D30V. Oh, yes. That is so awesome. Oh, my gosh. Boom. There it is. That is Sony OA D30V. Mapping the caps and the drives. I don't know what caps there may even be. I'm not particularly thrilled about the idea of opening these up if I don't have to. And I don't have to because the drop mechanism still moves. If that was jammed, we would open them up, but we're not. Clean the heads. Again, not required. And head, period, singular. Man, that's awesome. I can see what the serial number is on the other one. Only 4 apart. Wow. That is awesome. FD3. Man, that's so cool. This is the earliest 3.5-inch floppy drive you can get. Outside of a Series 35, which I don't think you can get. There were $9,000. I don't think any sold. You have single-sided 3.5-inch cleaning disc. You need to tape up the top. I would have to tape up the top. I, however, do have these, which are really weird. So these are some MF1DD discs. These are true single-sided discs. I have some of these out. I have opened 1 package of these. I found like 3 packages of them at Goodwill. Let me see if I can find one of the open ones, because they have the pinch arrow, but I don't remember ever pinching them. I don't think that's how they work, which is weird considering how early they are. I mean, single-sided. There were not a lot of single-sided 3.5-inch drives. Basically just these and the 31. Yeah, I'm not seeing them too easily. But yeah, so these might work. But yeah, it's they're a weird drive. That's really cool to see it. I kind of want to take some pictures. And by kinda, I mean I'm gonna take some pictures. Certified, tested, 100% error-free. Because I bet Sony OAD30V. Yeah, there are not a lot of great photos of these on the internet. So, hey, Digital Ice Age. You want some public domain Sony OAD30V floppy drive photos? So you're saying it needs jewelry cabinet turntable to sit on and be admired? Kind of. It's a really cool drive. Fortunately, I am again doing it with my phone, but it's better than not doing it. I love cheap white box. It's so good. I'm gonna do this slightly different than any of the other ones I've done. I'm gonna use my big boy light because it's right here, because we were using it yesterday. And then I'm gonna go grab a softbox. I'm just gonna point the softbox down over this thing. Hope this floppy drive's ready to get a tan. Is this not plugged in? Wait, why is it so dim? It's at 25% brightness. There we go. Careful, Amazon might copyright strike a white box. Yeah. Been meaning to write dedicated wiki 3.5 for the longest time. Well, this should help. Look at it, it's gorgeous. That's white, that's the idea. It's not that white. The bottom one's kind of dirty. You know what, this one's important enough, maybe we grab a slightly fresher bottom sheet. Not like a brand new one, we don't want to be crazy here, but we'll get a fresher one. Yeah, because they're disconnected, Pacheco. I don't know what you want. It's not one piece. I can do that. That might be slightly better. Got a sunburn from the stream. Should have a Kurt. You can wish into one hand and have a fully collapsible solution in another and see which one gets me pictures first. You know, actually, you gave me an idea, dang it. Stupid Machenko. It's literally all of my 8.5 by 11 paper I have left in the office. So I could tape this to it, just up at the top, leave the bottom loose, and then it'll curve naturally when I rest it down on there. I think I have to cut holes in my wings though, because it needs to be taped slightly higher up, elsewise it'll just bend up there. It needs to actually start from flat. I'm a little nervous about it reflecting. This could work. All right, let's do this. Kind of like this idea. Tape's getting a workout today. A little nervous about the reflective strip this will leave on the back, but hopefully it won't be a problem. Sound painful to cut your wings, yeah. This might be the end of this thing. I don't know. We'll find out. Use the white tape. I don't have white tape. I don't know how you... I'm not going to just conjure up materials just because they theoretically exist. Electrical tape you had at one point? Thought it was white. No, my electrical tape is orange. It's what I put on the roll of thermal paper this morning. Oh my gosh. There we go. Hopefully this isn't a mistake. Although I'm out like $3 worth of materials. It's mistakes. That's not going to be the biggest mistake. Okay, now as long as I don't sweat on it, should be good. Yeah. Okay. Now, bottom. Okay, that was kind of worth it. I think that might have been worth it. That might look slightly way better. Is it perfect? No. I could tape the back of these together underneath. But that will hurt the ability for it to curve. So I don't think I want to. Maybe I should have done this one on top. Oh well. You know what? I'm just going to cut some really small strips of this and put it on there. And then we'll do it. Also known as Scotch tape, but I don't have that. Boom. There we go. Yeah, that's way, way better. Look at that. All right. Now that I did all that professional grade work, let me use my cell phone to take a photo. Hold on. You know I'm a professional because I'm going to use the Expert Raw app. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Why not the 640 USB webcam? Yeah. Okay. We're not doing an 8-second exposure. ISO 50 should be good. You know what? We can make this fancier. You guys want to be fancy? Fancy with our cell phone photo? It's not tall enough. Oh, do I have the mount plate? I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah, there it is. I hear it. Where are you hiding? Is that it? That's it. Point a flatbed scanner at the drive. Neurotic at work. There we go. Okay. It's slightly brighter than my phone's display is set to, so let me just, whatever, I don't care. What? Oh my gosh. Stupid pen didn't actually take a picture. Okay, there we go. All right, just take 2 for good measure. All right, side view. Rear view. That's slightly crooked, which means all of them are slightly crooked. Other side view. Let's do 3/4 again, but other corner. Oh yeah, so wild. And then PCB. The downside here with this setup is that the front is not being super well lit. Not a tremendous amount I can do about that right now. Hold on, I need to take one fancy picture. I gotta go open a package in the front room to do that though. So get the stupid Motorola exorciser out of here. We don't need that right now. Inside this box is another box. Inside this box is another box. And inside that box is some real crazy stuff. Okay. I don't have one of these without a label, so this is going to have to do... Oh, I guess I could grab one of the Dot ones, actually. I'll take 2. One that's got a newer disc, one that's got an older disc. All right, so the Sony auto shutter, but manual click open disc. Gonna take a shot with it next to the drive. I think that has lost its tack. This is not the tangent I intended to do today, but I think this is a worthwhile one. So sorry if this is super boring. Okay, I lost my brand new packet of poster board tack, it seems like. Supposed to have that at the ready for being able to show things like this. Okay. Okay, so let me see if I can just get this to stick here. Confused by noises of searching. There we go. Bad. Also, that closed for some reason. And lost all my settings. Oh my gosh, this pictures kind of suck because it's not lit from the front. Why is it so out of focus? Probably because the camera can't handle the whiteness. Put a roll of solder. I could. Hold on, I'm gonna fix the image quality. It's gonna bug me. Stupid wall warts.
Chlorocoon says CHEER 100. It's out of focus because I took my glasses off. Sorry. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, we're adding one more light. Which means one more soft box I gotta grab. And one more ICC 13 power cable. Yoink. I like how you just like can't see me at all behind all the giant stuff. Like too much big thing. All right, this should considerably improve image quality. So I didn't realize I had these set so low. I was surprised at, how high I had to crank the ISO on the video that I shot recently, and now I know why, because these weren't set up correctly, and oh my gosh, it looks so much better now. Okay. Adjust the exposure a little bit here. Go with that. Okay, so there's that. That's an unbranded one. And then I have this. Don't worry, it's just a bunch of unarchived software for a machine that none of you know about. Okay, don't worry. This one is a real original drive. You'll notice the shutter goes, or disc, the shutter goes way farther over. And if I slide it over here, it goes way farther over to the other side. So this one's completely different. Yeah, I am going to retake the previous photos, Poot. They definitely need to be. This is much better. And then, gotta have the shutter open because that's like the whole thing's whole party trick. Boom. Okay. Let me just put this back in the box full of other software that no one has any copies of. All right, let's retake the main photos again. It is extremely hot around this area now for some reason. I wonder why. It's unfortunate the Dot didn't come with a disc like that. An original Sony disc. Okay. That lighting is so much better. It's not even close. Need more LED lights? These are LED. They're just 500 watts each. Or are they 250? Actually, I think it might be 250, 500 total. And a 3/4 there. The Retina Burner 5000s. Yeah, I thought they were CFL. I guess I was wrong. Yeah, so I have CFLs up here. So if I wiggle, nah, you can't see it, but that's a CFL hanging up there. They are nowhere near as powerful as these. These are my big boy lights. I paid a lot of money for these. I barely ever use them. Okay. Is there anything else I want to take pictures of while I'm in the fun stuff? The permanent. I feel like there is something else I need to take a photo of, but I don't know what it is. Just for giggles. How about an HP 12C? Hold on. 3.1415926.5. I turned it off, or hit 3.1415926.5. Trying to make it a funner picture. The tape behind it doesn't want to hold it up.
The operator with my pocket calculator CHER 111 and a line.
All right, you guys want to see what the pictures look like? Well, you got that set up. Just take a quick picture graph of the HP Series 200. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Mom has the same calculator. It's an awesome calculator. She's used it for decades now. It's been around for decades, so yeah, that makes sense. Radio Shack catalog shoot. No, we're not. This wouldn't be good for that. This is for objects. Like, if I swap out the bottom for the dirty bottom, that sounds so much worse out loud. I can put comptometer up there. Ooh, comptometer's a little big. We did get a shot of the PCB, not with the new lighting. Actually, that's a good call. I'll pop that back one more time. Ah. Might just handhold this one. Wait a minute. What am I thinking? There we go, actually. Oh, my phone got bored. Oh my gosh, these are kind of awesome. Holy moly. These turned out so good. What? Okay, you gotta see these. We gotta go look at these right now. These are insane. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna set Nextcloud to upload this folder, and then we gotta look at these because they're so good. I need to make a second channel video just about my piece of garbage white box. Auto upload. Let me grab some coffee. Let's switch over to sure that whatever. You're not seeing anything that bad. And then whoop, let's not throw my phone on the ground. Hold on. Just boom. Okay. The sun is suddenly off. Yeah, really. Okay, one moment. Expert raw. Gonna enable backups. You know what? I need to do this. Save. Okay, I keep hearing a crackling, like plastic that was really hot. Okay, it's uploading the photos now. You have Bliss as your wallpaper, and you have Azul as yours. Well, at least it was very, very, very definitely worth sacrificing the paper for this use case. Like, so good. Got a piece B of the floppy drive. You know what? You're right. Let me do that. Let me just turn on the artificial sun again. There we go. Is that the photo that was used for the Bliss wallpaper? Yes. That is closer to the original source image. Okay. It's claiming they're uploaded. Oh, because it put them in the wrong folder. Stupid Nextcloud. Hold on. Oh my gosh, it is so warm now.
77 SIZCHER
Killed by this
100
deck
dot
dog.
lamps in video games still use real electricity. Dot. End of line.
That one is always great. Lucky Bob, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. Move to 07. Okay. One moment. Ugh. Okay. Oh, well, Caliber Spy. What I was stating is that I don't know that the artist has ever released the true full-size resolution image, so it's a little different. Yeah, that's all. Okay, why are these being stupid? All right, well, I guess I'll just do it this way. Okay. Look at this. That's insane. It's perfect. Like, that's a flawless photo. I cannot believe how well that turned out. Oh, wait, nope, garbage right there. You can see the edge of the paper. Throw it away. How did I get that to be so perfect? It didn't move at all. What? Oh my gosh. So that was before adding the front light.
100 ROFL. End of line.
Claymation artist, yeah. So yeah, adding the front light did a lot. That's with front light, that's without. That one's the Zack Snyder version. This one is the Marvel version. Oh my gosh. And RHK, thank you for the 100 bits total. Majeko, thank you for the 100 bits. That's amazing. I don't even know how I did that. All right, the other pictures are still some of them went to the, some of them didn't. Let me get them all moved over to the correct folder now. I was not expecting that good of a result. Like, I don't even have to do any post-processing on those. I can just send them straight over to you. Digital SH, they're just done. Like, it took a fair bit of work to get that one dot photo to look right, but these are just problem solved. Need some of that putty that Floppy was supported with? It's literally just poster tack. That's all. Just poster putty. Okay. So there is the bottom of the board photo. The main goal was just to get the FD3 part. Any poster tack I use falls over. Yeah, that's what it was, though. So there's the comptometer. I think that one's getting too many reflections. Looks like lighting makes a massive difference, yeah. It's just shocking how much lighting you need. Yeah, so there's the hero shot. Okay, it's making me feel bad I don't have my DSLR here right now. Man, that made such a huge difference. Like, you can see the... that's crazy. It's so perfect. You can see the change in the lighting reflecting on the drive next to it as I move them around. Man. Okay, well, I'm happy. Yeah, the paper was a good additive, or adder, for sure. Without a doubt. That just solved that. That's insane. Alright. We'll expect those later, Digital Ice Age. I'll probably put them on my wiki first for you so you have a creditable source. Oh man, need to buy some new A4. There apparently is some I could buy. I could buy this. Oh, wait, that one doesn't show as available. It is real. You can buy it. I didn't know there was a box. That's hilarious. Oh, okay. This must be the origin manufacturer. Okay. Is literally no one getting it, or did my stream die? Anyway. No, just quiet from having your retina seared. All right. Man, it's so dark in here now. What's so special about this paper despite the funny name? I mean, that is it. That's it. Excellent photos, thank you. Yeah, that completed this for sure. Although the original intent for this was for top down with the television on the side, but I've used it more for this. So the only problem now is that these pages will stick out and they're going to get damaged. There's nothing I can do about that. So now this just became a lot more difficult to store. Whee! There was a funny name. Yeah, apparently you guys weren't paying attention. It was Dunder Mifflin brand paper. Maybe, you know, this might just be speculation. Maybe it's too late to be making that product as a joke. That they missed the boat by a decade. Must be an American thing. You know what's funny about that? It's not. It's a it's a UK thing. Although I don't know what that version used for the company name. For all I know, it was different. Probably was. That's what I'm saying. Digital Ice Age. Yeah, I had a feeling. I wouldn't have guessed it was a German name, though. That's interesting. Whoa. Okay, just putting the lights back because I got to get out of my way. I wonder why I had them turned down. I have no recollection of why I would have done that. So, just for kicks here, these are Amran 200D lights. These are made by Aperture. They came out in 2019, 2020, something like that. They have a power supply like this. It has a metal loop thing on it. I have learned always hang the power supply on the light stand because one time this managed to get wedged between two things and it got so hot it shut down. So that was scary. So yeah, I've started hanging it on the light stand from the little metal hook and will never run it off of that again for fear of accidentally covering it. Because I've just been like several videos in a row where I didn't need to move anything and I just had the light stand moving around and something fell on it. Yeah, I feel like I got lucky. I am kind of shocked at how much the Dunder Mifflin paper did not land. It's not like I think it's it's a good show. It had its place. But I just would have guessed wider popularity, huh? Just interesting anecdote. Although, I think about it, a lot of you guys are probably... I stream at such a weird time, I always forget how many of my viewers are European, so maybe you just wouldn't have watched an American television show that isn't good. Just like a sitcom, just meh, whatever. Maybe that's it. Star Trek, as an example, is a little above a sitcom. So wait while you're showing off? Alright. How do you guys like my horrifying phone stand contraption thing? This is what I was messing around with. So this is a table clamp that has a female thread that I can add an Arca plate so that I can clip the phone onto. Only mildly cursed, yeah. Well, no, Star Trek's not a sitcom. That's not what I mean. I mean, it's the best way I can phrase this. It's not lowbrow. There is more cultural significance to Star Trek. There's a female thread, the hole that has threads that you thread into, that you put a bolt into. It's the phone version of one of your serial adapters. Pretty much. Thanks for chiming in on the HDMI audio thing. Oh yeah, no problem. It's a weird problem to try and solve. My setup is super duper weird. Yeah, the other thing I didn't mention, because it doesn't matter anymore, is that the Tascam, I used that initially because it supported HDMI timecode control for starting recording. So I could, with one button on my phone, tap and start recording on the camera, and then it would send a signal to the audio recorder to start recording audio. So that was nice, but then the ATEM came along and screwed that up. So I just record the audio in the ATEM instead. Okay. Whew. Everyone has Star Trek communicator now? Yeah. By the way, I've seen the first 2 episodes of, what's it called? TOS2, now. They are so far doing it exactly correctly with the A plot and the B plot. Now, the quality of the A plots and the B plots are slightly more up for debate.
For 27 months, and says I do not seek this publicity, but Twitch insists that I tell everyone ... forgive me ... End of line.
Industrious saying thank you for the 27 months. That's this many. I appreciate that. Yeah, doing the publicity is the only way to have that pop. What am I getting a notification for? Why am I having an email? Oh, that's not critical. Okay. Okay. What are we doing? Oh yeah, capacitors. That's right. Let's look at capacitors. Where'd I put the power supply? There it is. All right. We need to wiki some caps. Ugh. I have plenty of dot photos. I'll put those up later, but we do need to make a caps wiki page. Okay. Do I have a capture for a window up over here? Also, am I logged into caps wiki still? I feel like that's a debatable question as well. Caps wiki. By the way, if you ever wanted to sign up for Caps Wiki, you should probably do it now because SendGrid, which was bought by some other company, is now ending their free tier, and I'm not going to have email authentication anymore pretty soon, and I don't know how I'm going to fix it. So, and Caps Wiki is super de-duper on spam bot account creation list, so I'm going to have to break something in order to fix it. I may not have signups enabled for a little while. So that's going to be fun. But I believe it's currently still working right now, maybe. So if you want to make a Caps Wiki page, do it now. Yeah, I know. There's going to be all kinds of recommendations. I don't want them right now. Anything you tell me, I am going to forget right now. It's just don't waste your time. Don't waste my time. I will have to look into what will work with MediaWiki. That's the restriction I've got. Okay. Boom, Caps Wiki. Oh yeah, let's just do this. And then, why is it weird? Why are you missing the top and the bottom of the page? Control R. There we go. Okay. And then I can hide or show this with not that, not that, not that, not that, not that. Okay, let's figure out something. Hotkeys, surface. There we go. That'll work. Boom, there we go. Okay. Force registration verification through WhatsApp? Nope. I still got you floof, all right. Hold on. Let me double check this. Can I receive verification ICQ? Well, that's the first time I found a CAPTCHA I literally don't understand, but I think it worked out. Wait, username will be adjusted to Belgium due to technical restrictions? Yes. Watch, you guys are gonna get. I'm telling you this, and then you all are gonna go sign up, and then they're gonna block the account for suspicious activity because it never gets used. All right, let's do. That doesn't work there. Let's do this. Wait, now it's not hiding or showing, or did I, okay, it's that one. Okay. Hold on. Don't worry. You're not supposed to be able to see me. So I am a figment of your imagination. Just trying to resize my stuff so I can actually use this. Okay. You know what? I don't have a scene that's like no background. And if I do this, so I have to have that. Wait a minute, I can press this button. Boom. Wait, do I have, oh, I have that button. I forgot about that. That's perfect. Okay, let's just use that. Okay, so Caps Wiki. Hooray! Computer devices dot. All right, let's create a page. Have we contributed one page? Prepared your monitor? Awesome. All right. You know what? I'm not going to link to my wiki. I'm just whatever. For more information. Okay, hold on. Computer devices dot. Digital Ice Age, you still here? Question. Okay, yeah, you are. Why do you call it the dot? I have nowhere ever in any documentation seen it called the dot. It's just dot. Having the feels weird. Because wrote the early, didn't know the box, just wrote it as dot. Okay. Apply. Okay, that might work. It shows as complete, so I think it'll work. Okay. The dot by CDI was a portable IBM compatible computer with built-in CRT printer and 3.5-inch floppy drives. Resource referred to it as the dot, some capitalizing the, so I thought it might have been part of the name. Okay, that's fair. Okay, symptom or problem encountered. Currently just doesn't turn on. Shuts off during use. Causes probably PSU caps are bad. Just fix it. Awesome. Not really IBM. Yeah, IBM compatible. See, that's where this thing is weird, okay? It's almost entirely IBM compatible software-wise. But hardware-wise, it's not just for the software interface. It's weird. Compatible-ish. I meant to add compatible-ish, but yeah. I/O ports. Okay, the I/O ports are kind of significant. Recap PSU. Okay, then we have another issue. Horizontal instability in image on CRT. Probably CRT analog board. Caps are bad. Recap. That thing. Disassembly note. There is a very difficult to access screw to the right of the CRT that must be removed to gain full access to CRT analog board. Why did it just stop working? Board. Why can't I type anymore? Does Caps Wiki need a microtransaction for more characters? Dude, the keyboard's working. What? Hold on. Wait, the keyboard's not working. Hold on, I can open a terminal. Refresh the page, then I'll lose my changes. Something's wrong with Firefox. Because if I open... Oh, you can't see that. If I open a terminal, I can type into that. Okay, Firefox is about to crash. Seriously. Device is expensive, sells for too high of a price on eBay, full capacitor replacement, yeah. You guys can't see it for some reason, but it's doing the washed out. Oh, nope, there it's back. Okay, hold on. Quick idea, save page. In it. No, save, just save. No type, only save. Close. Just kill all the Firefox. Just restarting it. I can't read chat for a second. Give me one moment. Watch, it finally updated the snap package in the background, and now it's a bad one, and it won't work anymore. Wait, it might be. Hold on. Firefox. Okay, let me bring up chat on my phone, since apparently this is going to be an ordeal. There it is. Oh my gosh, it's so bad. Firefox is already running but not responding. Yeah, I figure. I see it now. It's in front of my face. Okay, chat. Read. Okay, I can read chat again. Why does Firefox think you're in Vegas? Did it? I wasn't paying attention. Okay, let me reattach video capture. Boom. Okay, there we go. Recent changes. Computer, devices, dot. Okay. Edit. Yeah. Warnings. I know. Hold on. Okay. Let's look at this thing. Edit. Release title. We don't need title. Picture. Don't want to upload that right now. They're not here. Release year 1983. Leak risk. I'm going to rate it as low. Component. Through hole. Is there anything SMD on it? I feel like there's not. Nah, there's not. Definitely not BGA. There are sockets. No browsers ever crashed. I blame things changing. Get off my lawn. Yeah. Capacitor types. Linear electrolytic. Check. Tantalum. Check. Ceramic. Probably. Although I'm not seeing any. There they are on the logic cards. Polymer. Definitely not. Batteries. Soldered to CPU card. I should probably remove it at some point. Destructive entry, no. CPU 8088. Memory capacity and memory type. I'm gonna leave blank on here because they're weird. Storage. 3.5 inch Sony OA D30V or OA D31V early. You know what? Pre-standard drives. Does a coin battery have any life left in it? I don't know. What do you mean single-sided? Well, these imply single-sided. That drive model means single-sided. Let's just not worry about any of that stuff. That doesn't really matter. Input voltage, 120 AC. It can be switched to 240. I don't know if it was ever sold. Eventually could. Current, I believe, is 1.25, but you know, it just doesn't matter. Power pin, power connector. We can just yoink. Okay. Then you need to know those model numbers. I mean, that's why I'm putting them there. You can search them. All right. I'm putting that there because that's better than me trying to explain every possible thing there at that point. I forgot how good this site is. Not to toot my own horn, but that looks pretty sweet. Okay. We're not going to be able to do a kit. You can do cart share, but it's not as easy. Yeah, I almost regret calling it Caps Wiki. You can absolutely post any repairs. It doesn't have to be capacitor related. The only reason I named it Caps Wiki is because most failures of old now are aluminum electrolytic capacitors. So, yeah. That's the only reason. Oh, good call. I did not get to finish the disassembly notes. Caps Wiki rolls off the tongue, don't regret it. Well, I mean, that too. The name is awesome. And how many, like, 8-letter, full-length domain names do you have? That actually are good. Okay. Diego, AI garbage is just going to be everywhere. There is a local business in Arizona now using AI-generated video advertisements on broadcast television. Okay. Is that all I needed? Just 3 more characters? Yeah, I think it was. Okay. So we have 2 boards we're going to have to do here. I mean, I'm not making it up, Diego. Yeah. I really wish it was easier to hide that nav bar on the side. That's one of those things that you can do with the dumb modern one, can't you? I don't want to switch themes. I like old theme. I just want a button like click hide. Maybe just down here. Someone move the Wikipedia page, it'll still redirect. There, I'll save so you can see. And someone would be Digital Ice Age. Boom, there you go. Yeah, it'll auto redirect. As long as you leave the redirect. Okay, let's clear out some of the categories. Edit. Categories. We don't need general information. We do need original and replacement parts still. So we can clear out one of those. Okay. And the stupid dialog box is closing the hover menu here. Okay, this is gotta do it like one of those like oh well, there we go. I was gonna say one of the like you move the ring around a metal thing or it shocks you. Vector 2022 unadulterated garbage should have been shelved indefinitely. So how do you really feel? All right. Oh. Let's wiki some caps. All right. The floppy drives are loose. Let me reinstall those completely. This. What happens if I minimize this? Oh, it doesn't go away. That's a shame. That would have been cool. Okay. It's so dark! Who turned out all the lights? Okay. Obviously, we're going to be continuing this tomorrow. We're not getting this done today. Spontaneous photo session kind of guaranteed that. But man, it was worth it. That was awesome. I'm so looking forward to having more things to take pictures of, and I'm clearly going to have to build a larger version of that box now. All right, we're going to do the analog board first because it's right here. And then we will do the power supply probably tomorrow if we even manage to finish this today. That's right, I need to install the floppy drives. I'm surprised they're completely loose. There is no, like, divider thing for them in here. Do we get a picture of the PCB? Yes. Not that it really matters. It's not going to good enough to like reverse engineer it or anything. And I'm not going to attempt to take one that is. Because that would require disassembling the drives. And no one is going to try to reproduce these drives. So called a full photography room. Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to go that far. I would enjoy that, but it won't happen. I do need to get another DSLR set up, though, for that kind of stuff. We'll say another. I just need to get... Well, I don't know. Technically, there's one right there, sitting in a bag. We could have used that. I'm just not as familiar with it. And I don't think I have a wall power supply for it, so I would have to charge the batteries. Let me just look. It was very graciously sent this, I believe, by a supporter. Forget exactly what model is it. Is it a plain 5000? Yeah, it's a plain 5000. It's a very good camera. Can I just USB tether this with my existing cables? No. So yeah, I would have to use an SD card, which isn't the worst thing, but yeah. And then battery situations, totally different. Maybe I could order a battery eliminator for this. And then we could set this one up here. Because the 5300's kind of out on an adventure right now. Propose deleting the page on floppy disk today. Sorry, I have to look at this lunacy. Hold on. You know what? Hold on. Let's do a react. Nah, you can clip this. I want to see this. No way. That's insane. Let's do a YouTube react. No, not kids. They said someone from 2005. Hold on. See this revision for how the article appeared until recently. Lacks significant something or another. Need Wikipedia Radio Shack. Scope is an article beyond Wikipedia combination success sources. Floppy disk is almost universally defined as referring to those. Other formats were released, but none were as successful or commercially available as those formats. Cool. You pick the like 3 top performers and say, yeah, those were the best. That's how that works. Betamax also existed as a videotape format, but VHS was the dominant commercial format. But Betamax and Video 2000, both of those existed. People used them. If you delete them, how would they find them? Okay. As a former something or other concern during farts was overwhelmingly the lack of sources, and that was nearly 20 years ago, collected indiscriminate information over the years that is neither something nor reliably sourced. Major editor of article is... It is rare that I encounter a word that I have literally no idea what it means. But a pompous Wikipedia editor is the kind of person I would expect to use a word like that. Having an obstinately uncooperative attitude towards authority or discipline. That is exactly the kind of word that I would expect someone to pull out of their obstinate place when trying to describe someone else they disagree with. Let's Okay, where was I? Towards sourcing, referring to one editor attempting to place fact templates as tag bombing the article. I don't know about it. There were 29 citation needed templates on this article for at least 1 year, possibly longer. Yeah, I mean, 1 year is a really long time since floppy disks have been around for 50 years. It got, 2% of the lifetime of the thing, and if you haven't had information, might as well just throw it out. This article is in desperate need of being rewritten. Not really. I've read it multiple times. It's fine. Discussion was attempted on the article talk page, but regular recent editors were something to the page which derailed it. Start over. No objection. Simply blanking it to a short stub so the history can remain as... Yeah, so... most viewers, most readers of Wikipedia don't know how to look at the history. So that's stupid. So there may be some sources worth salvaging. Okay. Keep a dink. I assume that's the dink danks from Spaceballs. That's okay. The article is not nearly important enough state to deserve. Yeah, it's not. There's currently a dispute over article content. Point seems relevant. Okay. So that's a different person. Speedy keep. Achieve with copy edit. The article is without question notable. Duh. However, this is not the issue. The article has significant referencing. Appears to be written to a sufficient standard. This must be another person. Yeah. I think rather than AC/DC song, as Op suggests, copy editing would be achieved. The ongoing dispute is mentioned by is definitely a concern. Regardless, I agree with something. I'm aware we are not meant to discuss specific individuals. So in terms of the article itself, I don't believe deletion. This tells me this is about to devolve into a reality TV show. I don't believe deletion is necessary. In fact, I would strongly oppose such a decision. Yeah. On the source point made by Op, scope of the article is beyond that of what common name suggests. No. No. If not, under floppy disk, where put references to this? Now, I could see having a table in here where you describe formats, but a history section would definitely detail these other formats, because the history before the things and the history after are just as important as the history during the critical period where it was most relevant. So discs, for example, should 100% be in there. Because they were the natural successor to the 3.5-inch disc. It's not really much before 8-inch. I'd say much because I would say the early IBM drives shouldn't be lumped into 8-inch because they're not 3720 compatible and slightly different. But yeah. Perhaps could be moved to floppy disk drive. So is this person insinuating that having a floppy disk and floppy disk drive, two articles, is a less convenient solution? Really? All right, if we're going to TNT every article with uncited content, might as well delete the whole website. I like this person. Keep. Obviously notable. Ridiculous. Yep. Winner. 72 references on the article, which is expected given floppy disk for once used like USB flash drives are today. Quick poll. Quick poll. Last time you touched a flash drive. 1 week. 1 month. 1 year. 1 decade. You got 2 minutes. Vote in your poll. Vote in the poll. When's the last time you touched a flash drive? I know, being technically minded, my audience is likely going to skew this. However, I suspect that the numbers are going to, yeah. Oddly, FTDs about the same time, yeah. Without going through all 72 references, I cannot comment on whether or not all the reliable sources. Yeah, I mean, like, that's another thing. Like, you're just saying, oh, it's got too many sources. They're bad. Can't use points to add votes. No, I didn't want to weight it. Actually, literally yesterday. All right. This is skewing more towards current events than I would have guessed. You must admit, it's significantly less than typical now. Like, you are not transferring files with flash drives as much as you used to. All right, can I, let's see, keep whatever the problem is, it can and should be dealt with through regular copy editing. Yeah, not a deletion. For that matter, there are only 2 citation needed templates in the article right now. Only for installing Linux, yeah. 30, it's floppy disk yesterday, yeah. Maybe I should have changed my description for non-nostalgic purposes. Because, like, if you used a flash drive to get a Windows 98 computer, that's not quite the same thing. So, like, let's rerun the poll. And I would like you to redo this. Oh, you can't just rerun it. View results. I guess we can't rerun it. But yeah. Here's the bun fight this guy appears to be trying to nuke the article over. Okay. We'll look at that in a moment. There's not much left here. Speedy keep. Nothing fundamentally wrong with the article. No, absolutely ridiculous to delete. Yes, thank you. The article is not an appropriate response to common name dispute. I don't agree with TNT, but regardless of my thoughts on it, this falls outside of its scope. As for tag bombing, while numerous citation needed tags weren't technically wrong, they certainly weren't the right course of action. They were mostly in one section of the article, so a section tag for under source section would have been more appropriate. Putting all of that aside, AFDs, I don't know what that is. America's funniest deletes are not the place for content disputes, which is obviously encyclopedic topics. No valid reason for deletion. Who makes this America's funniest delete harder to justify is that it was opened during an ongoing talk page dispute. Okay, op claimed it or canvassed. I'm gonna guess this means, like, seeded, like, bad things. I did see a message near the bottom where 9 other editors were pinged. Only 4 of those editors are in Xtools top 10 authorship. Leave canvassing may have indeed been attempted in part of the talk page. AFDs, actually forum shops, but messy either way. Yeah. Okay, let's look at the drama. There's a lot of drama. Why am I saying? Oh, super disk. Okay. Okay, here we go. Lockcall has made a massive change to this article, which changes content from covering all floppy disk art to just covering standard floppy disk, i.e., in his opinion, most popular and commercially available art, which gives alternative of renaming the article or reverting changes. Amount to disruptive editing, yes. Massive change. I want to see this. I'm very familiar with this article. I want to see what they did. So, I'm trying to send in 3 most three most popular and commercially available. What popular formats were there that were not commercially available? Okay. I'm not super familiar with this. It looks like they're deleting this stuff, and this is the new one. July 14th, July. Okay, so that's that. I think I'm looking at that right now. Sanity. Yeah, I am looking now. 3-inch was popular, but they're saying not commercial. It was popular, but no, the 3 most popular and commercially available. I'm saying there were 0 popular, but not commercially available media formats. The 2, that's oil and water. You can't have both. I mean, you can't dispute this. There are no unpopular, or there are no popular formats that were not commercially available. Okay, so I'm guessing they deleted this. Talking about computers. Okay. Standard floppy disk drives. Disk may be ejected manually. Disk has disk change switch detects. Okay, hold on. Barium ferrite. I wish I could can I just see the article? Okay. Can't have something be popular if no one can buy it. Exactly, yeah. Are they going to keep the hard copy size Wikipedia down if it's only on 23 term articles? Yeah. Can't think of anything not commercially available. That's what I'm saying. It's a redundant statement. There's definitely some stuff missing here. Just scrolling through it. Unique to Apple? No, it was not. Commodore 64 had zone bit recording. Some of their excisions in that editor reasonable. A lot can be backed up with 5-second Google book search. So I agree with some stuff being trimmed, like talking about the disk detect switch or whatever. People don't care. Different sizes of floppy disks are mechanically incompatible. I feel like that's fair. Like, some of Wikipedia is about bringing people up from literally 0 information, and for prior art of discussing this, look at Laserdisc players, where you put a 12-inch, a 10-inch, and a CD all on the exact platter, and they are functionally usable like that, despite being different sizes of media. Floppy disks don't work like that, but I don't think it's unreasonable for someone who's never experienced one to maybe interpret it as being possible to do that. Now I want to make a drive that can read both, just, out of spite. I don't know if sector information should be in there. I feel like this is fair, having information on how the magnetic structure of the disk works. That's relevant to all of them. I don't know. That one's a complicated one, is whether or not to keep. Single-sided discs were coated on both sides despite the availability of more expensive double-sided discs for a reason usually given for a higher price. Was that double-sided discs were certified error-free on both sides of the media? They were never tested. Double-sided, well, some came pre-formatted. I guess they were tested. Double-sided discs we used some drives for a single side as long as an index signal was not needed. This is done one side at a time. Turning over more expensive dual head drives could read both sides without turning over. I don't like that section. It's not technically wrong other than that you could just punch a hole for another index sensor, but it's definitely a transition period where you had the choice of which size disk to buy to package. Oh, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. And as I demonstrated in the Windows or the Office 97 video, you could get 3.5-inch package and then send off for the CD, which, you know, I couldn't do because someone already did that, so I had to use the floppy disk version. Oh, no, wait, I got the CD one, and then I had to send off for the floppies. That's right. Yeah, because I didn't have a CD drive on the Gateway Liberty. So, you know. Other sizes. Other smaller floppy sizes were proposed, especially for portable and pocket-sized devices. Otherwise, yep, those. 3-inch discs similar construction, and 3.5 inches manufactured. Used for time, particularly by these. 2-inch nominal size known as video floppies introduced by Sony for use in its Mavica. Incompatible 2-inch floppy produced by Fujifilm called LT1. No, these sizes achieved. None of these sizes achieved much market success. These are some like super obscure ones. Like the Tabor, yeah, that one's ridiculous. This isn't even like CFD. So like maybe there could be a different article that covers some of those, but those are like hyper rare ones. That's like having the dot in the portable computer Wikipedia page. Like you don't need to cover the dot. So some of that could be removed legitimately. AMDisk though, that should be in there. 100%. That's CFD. That should be in there. And these this is referencing, specifically, this is referenced material, so they're removing things there that are proven. Rare formats is not that much text. It's not that much text, no. One of the points, why are you not dark theme? It is not as easy to read dark theme over compressed video. Because the contrast, the way that the video compression works, it doesn't work as well. That's why. I can enable it, and you'll see it is not as easy to read when compressed. I'm going to grab my coffee really quick. That part, I don't think a small enough section on the page doesn't seem undue to include. It's a finite amount of floppy formats that were ever produced. It doesn't take long to list them all. There is that. It's not like there's more beyond this. I mean, that weird Hungarian one we were talking about yesterday might, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, there's a technical reason. So you'll notice this is not as easy to read. That is why. Yeah, this wouldn't have been that big. It could maybe be a table that goes through all this. But this one I'm slightly more on the fence about. I would prefer to keep it, but if push came to shove and it had to go, I could understand that, because these are the real oddballs. CFD should 100% stay, though. That's not arguable. 3-inch quick disc. That one was another contender for 3.5-inch dominance. Famicom, pretty darn notable usage of floppy disks. That 100% should be in there. That is inarguable. Let's see, 2-inch media standard. I mean, that kind of goes into the other area. Sharp PC 1600. I don't know what this is. Pocket computer. I doubt that Sharp Pocket computer had a unique floppy format, but maybe. Flippy disk. Diskette with something or another. Turnable. I want this in there mostly because people don't know what it actually is. I do want that. I don't know what this is. That doesn't seem to be well enough described. Okay. Yeah, Super Disk 100% needs to be in there. Without a doubt. New category wiki tangents, yeah. Yeah, all super disks should be in there. That is inarguable. Anything that got enough support that you can boot from it, from your BIOS, should be in there. Talked about Commodore 64 used zone bit recording. Where do floptical disks fit? Those are different. And that is what super disk is, but it's weird. Disk formatting usually done by utility programs supplied by the computer. Operating system OS manufacturer generally sets up. There's a balance between general information and technical information with Wikipedia articles. I don't know where the line should be drawn here. I would defer to Digital Ice Age on this one. For a general audience one, I could see maybe not talking about how format. Because I could see this, I would say you could make a reasonable argument that this should be floppy disks use CHS addressing, and then it links to the main article. Like, because I know there was a CHS article, and that this is going to be mostly that. Although let me read through this more. Set a disk directory on the disk. Initialize the sectors and tracks. Areas of the disk can be unusable due to flaws. It can be marked as bad. Yep, Micronova does that. Windows will just go, sorry, it's bad disk. This is time consuming, so many environments had quick formatting, which skips the error checking process when floppy disks were used. Pre-formatted popular computer disks were sold. Unformatted capacity of floppy disks does not include sector and track headings of formatted disk. Difference in storage between them depends on the drive's application. That's mostly correct. This is a very complicated subject. The difference in storage between them depends on the drive's application. I mean, it's a very vague way of phrasing it. Because you can get DMF encoding on a HD 3.5 and get 1.68 megabytes on a 144. By the way, this is part of why I actually write like real stuff on Tech Tangents Wiki every now and then. Oh my gosh, we have barely made any. Oh no, that's getting down to the real article. Raw maximum transfer rate of 3.5 inch floppy drives is nominally that, or approximately 83% of single-sided CD-ROM. I don't see why this should be removed. This represents the speed of the raw bits moving under the head. The maximum transfer rate is literally defined by the standard because the disk has a set rotation speed. You cannot read it any faster than that. The drives that do in the Mavicas are not like standards compliant, and because they're like a discrete system. So that works, but yeah, that's critical. But yeah. See also DD Unix. You know what? I could see maybe not having DD in there. That kind of, don't copy that floppy. How on earth could you justify removing don't copy that floppy from the C also? If there was, outside of maybe marketing campaigns as a article, where else would you reference that? Let's see. I don't know about referencing specific software. I can see maybe not doing that. I've never heard of that, so it's not that notable. MO disk 100% should be mentioned. Write pre-compensation. I'm gonna guess it should be mentioned. Zip drive. Dude, it's not even an art. It's not like actually mentioning it. It's just linking to it. Yeah, this guy sucks. All right, well, that's just stupid. You're trying to prune the article if it fits on a floppy? Okay, if that was their objective, fine, I get it, allow it. I have a feeling that's not it, though, because it would have just fit on there. It's text. It's not that bad. Article floppy disk. So, out of curiosity. Closed as keep. I'm confused. So, who is trying to delete the article? Okay, trimming, so there, that's the one right there. So did I compare this to this? Because I feel like this is the big one. I don't think... That's the one. Formatting. Yeah, this is what all was removed. Okay, so the final version going to be very different. Yeah. So I don't think this was included in that other link that we were looking at. Link form formatted disk has magnetic coating. Yes, this should be in there during formatting the magnetic. Yeah. Literally how the disk is made should be in the article about the disk. You're getting chat sniped on Wikipedia? Let's be real. We're not going to have enough time to actually do this. So I kind of didn't mind, like, poking my nose into this. Each sector has a header identified. Again, CHS addressing, there is some validity to having it here. You don't want to duplicate that whole article, though. Some errors soft can be resolved by automatically retrying the read operation. Some other errors are permanent. Controller sends signal failure to the operating system. We literally had that problem in the Micronova. Multiple attempts to read data, yes. Insertion and ejection after disk is inserted. Catch or lower lever at the front of the drive is manually lowered to prevent the disk from accidentally... I don't like this part. I disagree with this. This depends on the manufacturing of the particular drive. This is not necessarily always true. Because the way that this works is dependent on the mechanics of the drive. Some 5¼ drive, such as this, compresses and locks an ejection spring. Okay, this does not need to be mentioned at all. Yes, this is true. That's a super weird edge case. I don't think that needs to be in there. Newer 5¼ and all 3.5" drives automatically engage spindle and heads when the disc is inserted. Doing the opposite with the press of the eject button. I mean, yeah. I don't. Some clumsy English. There is that. Or unless you don't know what they're talking about there. There are 5¼ disk drives. I have no problem with the copy edits this user made, but nominating the page, Galaxy Brain, yeah. Well, there are some things that I very, very much object to. Like at the bottom, removing zip drive and don't copy that floppy and disk image, really. I didn't even notice that before. Removing these is insane. There's definitely some things that 100% should not be removed. This I agree with because it's wrong. I mean, it's correct, but it's a lie of omission. I think Digitalized Age maybe didn't quite, eloquently phrase their opinion there. It's more nuanced. There are some things that I agree with can be removed. Depend the blame on whoever decided the standard for write protect method between different disks. Yeah, really. Yeah, this is bad. If things are wrong, you fix it, not just remove it. I think it's a power trip thing. So, I don't know. Yeah, that's really dumb. That's very annoying. Overall, the floppy disk article was really good. As someone who knows floppy disks. It has felt a little odd in Wikipedia land. Like I feel like it could use some better structure. This article does have issues. I will agree with that. Not worth a giant delete. I think they're valid to have the noise. That's a... Yeah, I don't... Yeah, I think it needs some restructuring, but yeah, definitely not delete. Digital Ice Age, does Wikipedia have a section where articles can be marked for needing reworking? Because I agree some improvements could be made to this. But yeah, deleting it is insane. But it feels like there should be a tag or a category or something for articles that need just reformatted. I don't know. Probably one of their weirdo acronym things. All right. Let's go work on our own wiki. That was interesting. I was genuinely curious about that because it is an outside perspective of articles for improvement, maybe. Also, that sounds like it would be a bill. You can tag the top of the article with cleanup, reason, put it in the category. That makes sense. That's usually discourages drive-by tagging. Yeah, that's one of those stupid problems with Wikipedia where they have features that people don't like that are like literally core, fundamental built in. Usually the solution is roll up your sleeve and fix it yourself. Yeah, but then if you have to make like major changes, aren't people going to get all cranky, kind of like they are with Locke? His changes are dumb, but like if you're making legitimate changes, it can ruffle some feathers. I know, it's not easy, but yeah, that guy's an idiot. Shouldn't be deleted. Making floppy disk article a stub you don't like how it currently is insane. May have worked out a deal on one of the dock computers. Ooh, awesome. I wonder if maybe you should have waited a little longer. I'm hoping your number was at least 3 digits. That's what I'll say. Because I don't think the second one has sold yet, and interest is gonna die fast. Now that my video is done, I gotta. Okay, Shelby rant time. On my phone, it is impossible to turn your brightness up to the maximum that the slider can go without it also turning on adaptive brightness. I hate adaptive brightness. You know what's behind me? Giant lights. You know what they're pointed at? The light sensor. You know when that happens? All the time for me. So my phone is constantly adjusting the brightness of the display, and it drives me nuts. And I never, ever, ever, ever want adaptive brightness on. I will manually adjust the brightness of my phone. I don't care. It's just so annoying. Hate adaptive brightness too. It's the worst thing. Does the Screwbox get a dot or a dot written on it? Yeah. Well, it's not going to be around for long enough to warrant it, and it's simple enough to take apart the dot. So, black tape over the sensor. I'm not putting tape on a $1,500 phone. I'm sorry. No. Maybe it just hates floppies, last generation's quality discs. Yeah, maybe. Adaptive brightness needs to be able to be permanently disabled and never automatically re-enabled just so you can use some other features. Black tape will just make the screen dark. Yeah, that would happen. Wouldn't you want max bright in high light conditions in particular? Yes. So here's what happens. I'll pull the phone out of my pocket, okay? Like, you know, like I turn it on, it's right there, okay? And then I put it there, and then it just goes blam, full bright. Ow. Take that phone, that's what you get. I didn't mean to whack it. Sorry, phone. Okay. Custom case. I mean, it's going a little far. If I'm going to use a case, it's going to be the filming one. Let's bring Caps Wiki back. Caps Wiki doesn't have any stupid drama going on, other than the dumb, stupid, idiot email servers. I wonder how that's going to go for Twilio. Like, they're going to be like, hey, you got to pay us now. No more free emails. How many people are actually going to start paying them? Like, let's just be real. How many free customers do they think they're actually going to get to transition? All right. Let's look at some caps. Oh, man, we haven't done a cap map in a while. Reason, not a mainstream PC. You know, that's actually a very genuine reason, Gpin. They do prune articles for that. Which is one of the reasons why I will try to always make pages on Wiki.tech tangents for weird stuff. Someone has to document it. Quick, someone tangent shall we again? Yeah. We're getting dangerously close to working. Oh no! Oh, I was going to take a picture of the analog board. That's right. That was necessary for this. First off, I want to switch to this, and then let's just do this. I said this. Not. Oh my gosh, I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. Boom. Boom. There we go. That's a camera bag. We don't need that. Your reference to the Wikipedia article still references as the dot. Yes, it does. It redirects. Don't worry, it'll get fixed eventually. It's a not a high priority problem. It will work. There we go. Just because it existed briefly, then disappeared, is that a valid reason to ignore it from the record of history? So, there is a maintenance factor to Wikipedia where the more things that are on there, the more they have to deal with. So, would you say that my video on the dot deserves a Wikipedia page? Because I wouldn't say it does. Thing that happened, it existed in history, but it's not notable enough to be worth having a Wikipedia page. So you have to pick the things that are actually notable enough for that. I'll agree that it's worth culling some things like that. The dot, I don't know. The thing is that let's say the Osborne one, okay? That's definitely notable enough because it was the main example that bred the Osborne effect term for business that is extremely prominent. So, being kept as at least two reliable sources have talked about the subject in question in some amount of length. So, do I count as reliable? I don't know. Your video might get a subsection of notable videos and a tech tangent. Yeah, I doubt there are a tech tangents article. Amount of significant coverage to be as little as 100 words to an entire book. Dot clearly passes that bar. Okay, yeah, definitely passes that bar. That seems really easy to clear. Yeah. I'm not petitioning for the dot article to be removed, obviously, but I'm saying I can understand some things. All right, somehow my caliper is out of calibration, so let me just fix that real quick like. There we go. Okay. See, 3 seconds after death, maybe. If not, then it will never happen. Okay. If you get 2 featured articles in the Arizona Star, write your bio. Yeah. You know what's funny? I think that local news stations have covered other influencers that are smaller or more niche than me, but I wouldn't want to do those. So I wouldn't. Like, nah, I'm good. I don't want to do a news story. If I ever get the 501c3 though, it'll probably happen without my wanting it to. Fiber installation. Have you had any suggestion how long? So I have told you literally everything. I have always said I will tell you when there's information, and I will continue to do that. So assume no news until there is news. You'll find it on Discord first. Well, oh, come on, yeah. More likely to cover local news outlets of them covering you. That, it's not impossible, but I don't know. Just curious because stuttering got really bad there for a couple of minutes. That's annoying. Yeah. All right. Caps time? You want to do a little cap mapping, maybe? Google Maps car might have been going past or outside filming the offices of Porsche. I mean, that's fine. I don't work at Analog Devices. Do we do caps around here? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Let's find out. Okay. Computer devices dot. Aren't all of Hackaday articles enough? I don't know if Hackaday is enough. And I think it has to be two separate sources. I mean, you could definitely find them on the Doom video. PC Gamer did one about Doom. I'm sure a bunch of places did them about the Windows 98 video. So, yeah, I don't know. Don't know if those are notable. Okay, I feel like PC Gamer probably should be. They're like the light blue Rubicon caps. Rubicon, yes, like that. Didn't Kotaku cover it? Probably. I think, yeah, Kotaku probably did the Windows 98 video, and I know PC Gamer did the Doom one. I know Creative posted about me using the Creative Sound Blaster, I think in the XP video. Which was really funny because that was like the software one. It's not like even a real sound card. I think it was that one, at least was 98 video. I don't remember exactly when that was. I know where I was when I got it because I wasn't at home. But yeah. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna add some caps. That's right. We'll add photos later. We expect an article by stream tomorrow. Gosh. Okay, original parts. Basic PCB name. Okay. CRT analog board. Okay. Neo Dragon. More of it to add creative than like the bits and balls memory card. I don't remember that. Was that another YouTuber that made like a thing or something? Did they copyright DMCA whatever nonsense? Hopefully not. Okay. That looks like board production markings. They tried very hard to delete your article about technology connections despite numerous articles covering him. Ah, that's annoying. Yeah, he definitely is notable enough. Yeah, I think I'm just going to use the Sanyo sticker numbers. Controversies, Wikipedia, floppy disk article, an AFD for once spent half an hour savaging the AFD process. Was it half an hour? Maybe. I don't know. E out of... Oh, you wanted to use their logo on the... Okay, yeah, you don't want to do that. Who then retracted it. Oh, well, that's lame. If you got permission, then they retracted it. That's on them. Okay, so it's a Sanyo, and it's a Donkey Kong 7459 Netherlands. Okay. Serial number does not belong on there. Okay, that's probably good. Yeah, no electrolytic caps on the neck board, thankfully. I'm gonna build one of these. Probably not. Oh, that's cool, but probably not. Good grief, they tried really hard for that PCB. Honestly, I would rather the PCB be smaller. I'm sorry, but nah, it's not worth it. It's cool. Do that for your one for the video, but then don't make that. Please tell me that's not the only PCB layout. Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous. No, don't do that. All right, let's map a cap. Are you guys ready? No more distractions. C512. Hey, that's a cool number for a capacitor. No, I'm just kidding. Without hogging ISA slots. Yeah, just a billion square inches of PCB. There are a few versions. Okay, so another using Sound Blaster, name of the product's not get in trouble. Possibility they were open source and free, is why they did not get in trouble. That's not necessarily true. Messy Fool, I do that very regularly. Okay, are these two the same? 35, 1000, they're not even close to the same. One. Okay, here we go. Cap mapping, 2200 UF. Voltage, 10. Mount, you know what? I should probably put the unit. Mount through hole. Diameter. I looked at it and missed the aw. Yeah. It doesn't have to be that big. There are definitely spaces where that would be a problem. 16 millimeter. Height. $24. Lead spacing. They didn't bend the legs at all, those chads. 8 millimeter. Temp, 105. Ew, 85, gross. Aluminum electrolytic. Man, that was really hard not to say Electric Avenue. Brand, Rubicon. Series, I think they're like generic series. CEW, yeah. Pretty sure that's like, it's a capacitor, it capacitates. I'm gonna mark CEW M129 though, because I think it might be one of those. Series of blue ones, yeah, exactly. CEW M129. I think M is a series, isn't it? And it's just like, yep, it's a capacitor. Pretty sure that's what that is. This is some kind of manufacturing mark that says, we promise it's a capacitor, and then this means that, like, yeah, it's one of them capacitors that does stuff. Who puts capacitors in parallel? Almost every single logic board manufacturer ever. Decoupling caps. Also, anyone who wants to help smooth out multiple frequencies on a analog signal, because you'll need the different frequencies that handle that stuff. Read the article on the LTX form factor, didn't mention. Oh, man, I saw LTX, and at first I thought you were talking about the Linus Tech Tips Expo. Mention anything about PS2 Model 30 roots until I added it. Might have sent him down. Oh, gosh. Okay. There, snapped a cap. Are you proud of me? We did a thing. Woo! Okay. Next. I'm going to do the other one that's the same size. That way I don't have to do, like, thinking. At C620. It is the only one, 620. And I can't see what you can see. Here, let me just do this. There we go. It's this one.
Says we did a thing. Alert the authorities. It shouldn't be allowed. CHER 100. End of line.
Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, that one's 35 1000. Through hole 16, all that stuff. Now, the series, is it the same series? I bet it is. It is M32, though. I don't know what that difference is. What's up? Chicken butt. No, we're doing capacitor mapping on the Dot CRT analog board. We are not going to even close to, or get even close to finishing this here, most likely. Unless all these tiny caps are all the exact same value. Because it's just gonna take some time here. And I kind of screwed around a lot today. Like a lot. I started out the stream saying that I was not in the right state of mind, and yeah, I think I proved it. C607 here. Okay. C607. I think I sent 2 emails, reviewed response on GitHub this morning. I had to do a vet thing with the cat. I replied with a very technical email to a potential answer, like seriously a long email. Yeah, it was a lot of morning this morning. So yeah, my brain was fried. Was Cat all right? Cat is 20. Cat has old cat problems. So just, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm doing everything I can for the cat. Okay. 607. Okay, and then this one, 605. Oh, what? 607. Oh, because it's a different section. 509. Okay, those are the same, right? 25. Yeah, so 509. Okay, 25, 4.7. That one's a weird one. What's the deal with that one? Why is that one? That one looks like one of the dumb one from the, what you call it? Oh my gosh. The Dasher CRT. It's another Sanyo cap right here, but it looks like that one that was just marked like 116 or whatever, and the leg is bent in such a way that I can't actually see what the value is. Makes sense that the Sanyo board would have a Sanyo cap though, but I'm surprised I don't have more. Okay, that one's 10 UF, that's not the same. 33 UF. Oh my gosh. Most of these tiny caps are different. Good grief. Dude, I think 2 are the same. All of the other small caps are actually different values. Why? Yeah, that one's bipolar. Yeah. Hold on, counterline chain here. Industrial more about circuits. Is there a good public resource for more learning about this? Afro Tech Mods on YouTube, maybe. They're really good. So watch your talkie stream until 6 a.m. Had a nap, had lunch, put together selector to sit on, bench for the selector to sit on, decided he couldn't be bothered. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, I am not focused today. Good grief. Okay. I think that's it for the same caps. That's kind of annoying. Wait a minute here. Oh, that's hilarious. Wait, no, what on earth? Dot copied how I fixed my TRS-80 Model 100. That is quite the interesting way to mount a capacitor. That's a twist tie, by the way, holding it down. Wax string? Oh yeah, maybe it is. Okay, yeah, wax string. I've never encountered that. That's strange. All right, fine. All right. Looks dirty. Still, though, it's hilarious. That is in fact a way you could mount a capacitor. What's the silkscreen marking for what? The string? ST1. No. P0, actually. Does have a reference designator. Because that would be CAD. As I have attempted to demonstrate many times, there were CAD packages that way. Strong as silicone goop, like every other manufacturer. Yeah, I don't know why that's there, since they didn't mount it down. It almost makes me wonder if I wonder if they ordered the boards and the cap was upright and then they had to remove it and then mount it flat. I don't know. I don't know why either, because I don't think it's going to hit anything. It goes under this. It's not like this goes up against the neck of the tube. Okay, let's continue on with these caps. Pitch on the board is smaller than the actual cap. That wouldn't be that big of an issue. I mean, maybe if you want to like actually be a good manufacturer who doesn't have to constantly fix things, but like. Pfft. Yeah, it's not a bodge. It does appear to have been designed to be that way. So maybe it's just an alternate installation method and they modify one manufacturing process to be the other. All right, so this is a 25 volt 4.7 UF. I still wish we could figure out a better way of populating these, but I don't see the path forward on it. Is it 8mm diameter? No, 5. I should have known. Which I think means it's going to be 5mm lead spacing. Close enough. Wait, oh, that goes there. Height is, I think 12 is what the standard is. Yeah, I'm on 12. It's been a while, but I haven't forgotten it all. Okay. probably, I bet they're all 85 volt. Okay, is there anything on here that's 105? Maybe all the Rubicons are 105 or 85. Actually, everything I'm seeing is 85. Bipolar does not appear to be marked for temperature. Yeah, even the green one, 85. Okay, so they're all going to be 85. And this is 321, whatever that is. Photo and recognition software? No, I just mean populating the table, because populating the table like this sucks on MediaWiki. It's not efficient. It's really difficult to edit. You have to double click to get into the cells. If you want to copy and paste one cell, you have to back out of it with escape. Then you're selected. Then you can move over. It's not well optimized. Okay, I'm gonna do the other ones. And then there's things like the microfarad there and the stupid degree symbol for the temperature. It would be nice if you say you were just inputting text into a form and then it could post-pen those automatically. So still nicer than the source editor. I mean, yeah, trying to write your own wiki engine. I need to make a table generator and editor of some kind. I don't know how that would work. I feel like media, wiki, spreadsheet is like the way to go. Like spreadsheet extensions. It's got to be Google. Yeah, that's all Google Doc nonsense. Yeah, there's got to be something slightly better, but I don't know. Maybe just a converter to go from something else, and then you copy and paste, just learn wiki text. That doesn't solve my weird character problems. And it doesn't, that only helps me. The other problem is everyone else. Because this, I'm sure, is the worst user experience on the site. This is probably the one thing that turns people off. They fill in one page, they go, that sucked, and then they just stop. I wouldn't call wiki text that bad. I don't know if it predates Markdown, but it predates the prominence of Markdown for sure. It's just, this is awful.
Chlorocoon says CH 100 weird character problems is yet another name for chat. End of line.
New caches like that. Yeah, it's just, that is the biggest issue with this. So click the cell, can't type. Oh, I guess I can type, but I don't know. All right, let me do another one of these. So this is 673, C673. I think it is the only one. We'll just leave that as it for now. It is a 16 volt 22 UF. Yeah, 22 UF. So I'm just gonna escape key, go up here, copy, paste, key, and then do this. I have to work with SAP software. I don't know what that is. Looks reasonable. I don't know. I mean, there's a difference between being a technical person used to inefficiencies of software that are efficient in other things versus a lay person who just wants to get a job done. Text tables is not intuitive if you just want to visualize a very lazy drawn ASCII art table. Yeah, exactly. Is there a way to import Excel spreadsheets? So that's the other thing. It's not reasonable to expect a user to go off platform to format data for the platform. That's why it needs to be in the site. Some may prefer that. You might even be able to just copy paste Excel table data into this. I'm not sure. But it's still not going to be a very good user experience. What is this one? It is 16 volt 10 UF, because why would they have similar values? That would make sense. Also, I'm not looking at the weird numbers. 7. Dude, what are these numbers, man? Also, ref des is not this. It is 504. This one, 673. The number is 13. These are like the capacitor serial numbers. Wikimedia extension programming streams. It's not impossible. I could probably... It's been a while since I've done PHP seriously. My gosh, it might have actually been a decade. But I don't know the media wiki at all. It would be mostly learning that. All the cap values are carefully calculated for the application. Engineers gone wild. Yeah. Are all the case screws the same size? Yeah, exactly. Well, this is Sanyo's fault. Yeah, this was not optimized for production engineering. That's for darn sure. They said, yeah, it's going to be volume ordering when you make more than one. Duh. Better hope your assembly people are real on the ball. All right, we'll do one more, then we'll wrap it up here. 25, 4.0. I keep doing the same exact one over and over again. Okay, this is... That's a 1610. No way. C502. We get to have two of them be the same. C502. How crazy. Okay, we can do one more if that's going to be the case. 4.7 in every slot and call it. Yeah. I mean, probably more like 16. That way you can handle 5 volt and 12 volt. But yeah, I was thinking volts, but yeah. All right. 1633. Yeah, we don't have that one. Okay, here we go. Another weird one. All right, first off, let me look at the number because I'm most likely to forget that. It is 47. I don't like that. There shouldn't be a number that seems E-series. Okay, and then reference designator is going to be 505. That's awesome. 505. Okay. Was it 33 UF? Yep, 33 UF and 16 volt. Okay, there we go. Save. We're not done. We'll continue this tomorrow. Power supply, I don't think is going to be as difficult. Well, power supply has lots and lots of capacitors. I don't know. I mean, look at those. Those are like, hold on. Like, big old bank of them right there. Those are probably all exactly the same. Yeah, they are. So that'll be easy. That one's also the same over there. Those are all the tall ones except for the obvious ones. Yeah. This is the power supply that needs the most help, by the way. Reflow the caps. Don't think that's how it works for caps. We need to stock up on distraction tactics. I don't know if you're going to get any as good as let's delete the floppy disk Wikipedia article. I mean, that one was pretty potent. It probably does. It even has schematics for the Sony floppy drives. They just have the Sony service manual just like Xeroxed into the Dot manual. So yeah, I bet it goes over everything. But I would rather get the values straight from the horse's mouth right here rather than look at the manual that might be different. Because as we've seen, there is a lot of hand rework on these things. So I would rather get exactly what's on here. And before I order 2 sets of caps, I'm going to look at the other Dot just to confirm that it all matches, because they might be different between each other. I know for a fact that at least these caps are red, and these are plastic caps on the other one. So somehow they were sourcing different cap toppers for the power supply even. So it's real weird. Evil screw undocumented. Evil screw is documented on the caps wiki page. You can go find it. I didn't really talk about it that much. Oh, the evil screw is not in the manual. You're correct. That's what you're talking about. Yes. Manual might not even be readable. It's not easy to read. That's for sure. All right. It is time to wrap up the stream, though. Let me connect to my server. All right. It is outro time. All right. You're getting log printout again because I haven't cut it out of whatever video. Hold on a moment here. Do I have a thing I need to look at on the other side? Wait a minute. Okay, no. All right. Are we getting log printer again? Yeah, you are. Yep. All right. We will be continuing this tomorrow, so we can finish the cat mapping. I should include the values that are on the CRT card as well, since I've already ordered those. That'll be pretty easy. Unlike the Dasher, I didn't get this all documented before the video. I was really flying on the Dot video because I didn't know when the next one was going to be listed, and I didn't want someone buying it and making a video before I could. So yeah, I was hauling butt on that one. But yeah, that'll be it. So I had the paper get in the printer when the printer did not work because it was probably put in when the printer worked, you know, decades ago. Change the floor ceiling? No idea. There is, I'll say that. But yeah. All right. If you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. You know, we could totally do a Dot shirt. People aren't going to mistake it for something stupid. Like Dasher shirt, they're just going to think it's a Severance reference, but we could totally do a Dot shirt. Yeah, all right. That's it for now. I'll see you all next time. You know, it never occurred to me until just now. This shirt looks a lot like that printer just because all the printers look the same. The shirt is meant to be an Apple image writer, but it totally looks like the ThinkJet too.